Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Brandon Earl.
Here.
Andrea Kreifels.
Here.
Sarah Lawrence.
Here.
Jason Newberry.
Here.
Jessica Seeliger.
Here.
Robert White.
Here.
Pat Zika.
Here.
Everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Next one is the adoption of the agenda. You want to amend the agenda?
Yes, so we'd like to amend the agenda, if at all possible, to add our financial audit, 2022-23 financial audit. And if we could put that, if the board agrees to that, if we could put that at 3.3, that would be great.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Recognition of patrons and staff.
We'll do this evening.
Okay. First discussion item.
Yes, we are lucky enough tonight to have some of our high school students, and Mel Buchanan is here, one of our amazing business teachers, to talk about this upcoming CTA showcase.
So yeah, I'm Melissa Buchanan. I teach business at the high school, and these girls are in my class, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Talk about the showcase.
I'm Jay Shamblin.
I'm Adriana Trevino.
And I'm Chloe Walcott. We are part of Applied Business Development and are hosting this year's annual CTE Showcase. We have about 18 students in our class working hands-on to create and promote this event.
We are going to be doing our 13th showcase at the high school. We're going to hold it on April 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. And our whole goal of the showcase is to be able to promote all of our CTE programs to maybe our middle school students, so they know what they're getting into in high school and maybe have an idea of what interest they're going to want to take. And then we want to showcase all of the things that we've been working on all year to be able to show our community. The theme that we chose for this year's showcase is going to be Get in Gear with CTE, so we're going to kind of have a technical theme throughout our showcase. And everybody's invited, the whole community. We're just trying to put everything out there.
The way we plan on promoting it is mainly through flyers, social media, radio. We have our own radio station at the high school. Just telling everyone that we know. That's it.
Did you guys have any questions?
If you haven't been, it's really cool.
Very cool.
You're gonna eat lots of food and see some cool things. And it's really, really cool if you haven't been.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you guys, good job.
Next up. All right, then we have community building locker room.
Yes. Good news again, 2 meetings in a row. Carl Hubbard and his family are here this evening, and so I'm going to kind of give the floor to them and talk a little bit about a donation they'd like to.
Okay. She's my guest speaker here.
You did. Carl didn't want me to say his name.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Yeah. I'm Deanna Hubbard Stout. Here. This is Carl Hubbard, which I'm sure you all know. I'm just going to read so that I cover what I want to. Kathy Hubbard was a pillar in the Wellington School District as a dedicated third grade teacher for over 30 years at Eisenhower Elementary. Kathy passed away in 2016 of pancreatic cancer. In memory of Kathy and her love for this Wellington community and her passion for all Crusader sports, the Hubbard family would like to make this donation of $10,000 to the Sellers Park facility improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. We're out of here. Oh, you want a
Real
picture?
quick? Yeah,
Okay.
just real quick.
Let's bring that in.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks for being here.
All right, looks like next the BPA national travel request.
Yes, we have some BPA students who have qualified for nationals, and so Renee Case is here to visit with you about that travel request.
We had our state conference in February 16th through 18th, and at that time, we had 14 students in attendance. Of the 14, my memory serves me right, we had 11 that actually placed, which meant they got to go on stage and they were recognized for their accomplishments. You have to be in the top 3 on an individual event, and it's top 5 individual, and it's the top 3 on team events. So we have one student that placed first and is able to attend. We've had a couple of seniors that placed also, but because it falls during graduation, our nationals, they're unable to attend. So this year it will be Rome Hunt, and he also ran as for a state officer position and was selected as parliamentarian for the 24-25 school year for the state of Kansas. So he will be leaving, and I will be his chaperone for nationals to Chicago. We leave May the 10th and we'll return on May the 14th. So I need to request permission for out-of-state travel for Rome, first of all. So I have permission to do that. Everybody good with that? Okay, all right. The next thing I was gonna ask to see if any of the advisor costs would be covered, and I think Mr. Hatfield shared that in your packet as far as what their overall cost was, which would include the housing, registration, airfare, and food. So I don't know if you guys would be willing to cover some, part, all, so that's what I'm asking.
So it's the 1902.95.
Yes.
That includes both of you.
No, that would just be the advisor.
Okay.
So it's that amount for the student as well. But,
Okay.
so, yep.
So is the student doing fundraising or?
Yes, we have the money for the student. Yeah, we've got that taken care of. Helped you before? You've helped in the
That's what I
past,
thought.
yes. But we haven't asked every year, and so I thought I will ask.
I would like to, I know she puts in lots of time, and I think, my opinion is to help with fund the trip.
Do you want to make the motion?
I gotta make a motion that we, pay for the sponsor Renee Case's, cost of the trip to nationals.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Well, thank you very much.
You're
We'll keep
welcome.
you
Thank you,
posted on
Renee.
how he does. He's very excited to go, and so we have him in all kinds of workshops from about 8 to 4 every day, so he'll be a busy guy, so. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Renee.
All right, next up, Wednesday, Sunday activity policy.
Yes, one of the policies that's kind of stirring around discussion in the district right now is a policy that was discussed recently by the board within the last year. Actually, it's part of our edited policies that are still going into a part of our policy project through KSB. So it's still in edited form and heading into our book after that gets approved by the board. And last year it was decided, KSB had released a policy essentially getting rid of all, and Andre, you would have been on the team at the time, getting rid of all language as far as any limitations for activities throughout the week. That was KSB's policy that they had put out. The district or the board, the last board discussed that and decided they did want to continue to have some limitations for our community, and put that as not having anything unless prior approved by the superintendent after 6 o'clock on Wednesdays, and then afternoon on Sundays. Also part of that discussion was to try to protect Sundays as much as possible, and so we've tried to limit that. Even though it is technically in policy language that you can do things afternoon on Sunday, we have continued to try to limit that as much as policy just through our practices. And so that's kind of where it stands, and so you have some coaches that are interested in you rediscussing that since we have a new board, as to how this board feels about those policies.
I think Ryan's main concern is when they play on Mondays, they don't practice Sundays, so they're losing a day of practice when he reached out to me about it.
Right.
But doesn't our policy say you can practice afternoon on Sunday?
You can, yeah, that's been me trying to
Yeah.
keep things going. So if you left it exactly the same and just take out that practice, then they could do Sunday afternoon anytime they want to.
I like
That's just the
part where-
impression I got from the board last time.
I like the part where it gives you the permission to make any exceptions. So,
Yep.
I mean,
And it's the same thing as like I put in your notes. The spring calendar is ridiculous. Always, Ellie can tell you. And so some of the big events like CT Showcase they just talked about, and class night, some of those big things tend to end up being on, just so we can get kids participate across the community. So
I wouldn't, I like the way it stands, but I don't like if they're punished.
Yeah.
If
I
they
agree.
don't show up on a Sunday, because sometimes, families do wanna say, I'm sorry, guy, this overrides practice, and for them to be.
And I don't think they're
punished for that.
mandatory.
So-
They're not mandatory.
Yeah, not mandatory.
So I brought that up in conversation. I'm not a fan of 6-day mandatory practices. I think we need family time. I think that's important. And I said, so if the kid doesn't show up for Sunday practice, and it was very quickly said, well, they're not mandatory. And I said, yes, but
Yeah.
they're gonna be running,
Yep.
or they're gonna be doing whatever as not making practice, or they're gonna be riding the pine. So I think that's kind of a slippery slope if we say that there's practice. They're not mandatory, but they're strongly encouraged.
I kinda think that's how it was spring break.
Exactly.
If you miss spring break, you were gonna have to pay for it.
Yeah.
'Cause-
I think the more black and white you make this policy, the better it's going to be for those types of kids that are that are going to feel the pressure to go to practice, regardless of what the policy says.
And I'll give credit to Mr. Jenkins. I mean, he didn't beat around the bush on that at all. I mean, he said, yes, you're right. If they don't show up, they're probably going to be running, or they're probably going to be riding the pine. So I mean, he didn't try to hide that or nothing.
that was my concern. I did not want them to be punished. Like, it's a family day in our house, and I value that day, and I know that it's just something that you sign up for when you sign up for sports, and it's a possibility that you have to do things outside of regular time, but I just did not want them to be punished. That was my main thing.
My thing is talking to Ryan they've been doing this, I've talked to 40-year-old guys that said they've been practicing on Sundays or doing some kind of workouts when they were in high school. So why after 25 years are we gonna say, at least 25 years, say, not anymore? What has changed is my thought.
I think they were practicing before they were allowed to practice.
Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to be all the
They
time.
weren't supposed to be
Yeah.
practicing, and they were, according to Keisha, and they were
Right.
holding practices. So I think it's something that needs to be watched.
Well, I think
And
you
we've
had
had-
a little
I'm sorry.
phrase there of no repercussions to the athlete if they miss the Sunday practice.
Which is all fine and good, and I agree with you. It's just whether they feel internal pressure to be there regardless,
Yeah.
And that's that part you can't do without black and white. So that's the only negative.
No, that's where mom steps in, her dad, and says, no, grandma's coming for dinner, she's coming
Yeah.
to the house. That-
Yep.
That's just, I'm not going to dinner, they're coming.
Right. And we'll have some families
I never
that
go to dinner.
So my talking with Ryan, I mean, his main thing was for the health of the arm. I get that. But I don't know why we have to have a practice for that necessarily. I mean, if he says going out and playing catch like he did in the letter that he sent us all, we can play catch without having a practice. I mean, I don't know that we need a mandated practice. Is my thing.
If you say, there'll be one every Sunday through the season.
So as it stands now, I mean, so if we choose not to take any action on this tonight, where are we at?
then nothing would happen after 6 o'clock on Wednesdays. And then if this board feels more strongly about black and white, anything can happen afternoon on Sundays, then we'll just stop blocking that altogether.
But
We
they have to
have-
go through you.
Well, no, not if we do it exactly how it's written right now, which would be afternoon on Sundays, they can have practice.
It doesn't say with superintendent's approval.
That anything else is superintendent's approval.
If the superintendent permits any exceptions to this policy, notice shall be given.
Yeah.
But it does state that in the policy, the activities
no activity is to take place after 6 or before noon
Before
on
noon,
Sunday.
yeah.
So anything outside of those hours would be
Right.
okay.
And I have been blocking, I mean, if I find out about it, then I tell Ellie and she's been shutting it down because my impression of the board's discussion a year ago was we're going to set policy like this, but we would like to protect Sundays for families as much as possible. So I've just been pretty much making it a no unless something comes up. That
Is there any other sports been trying to do it on Sundays? besides baseball?
we've had some people that have done it and then we've had to shut it down. So along the way. We just need guidance from you as to what specific, because right now Sunday is being kind of blocked. But that's based off of not how policy is reading right now. It's more based off of the impression we got a year ago. So
I remember.
if you do it black and white the way it is now, I mean that's how then people would be able to practice afternoon on Sundays.
I mean, middle school basketball practiced on Sundays all season.
Yeah, then they shouldn't have. So if we would have known that, then I would have
Well,
called
yeah.
Ellie and shut it down.
I didn't know about it until I got a call about it.
So whenever I was
I mean, you were there though at the meeting when he said Sundays are gonna be there.
I didn't go to his specific meeting. I did my part and then I kind of roamed. So I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. If I would have caught that, I would have said you can't do that.
So whenever I found out about it, I alerted her and made it happen, so.
I remember a time when if it was like, just say football and we were in the playoffs and there was a game, that was something extra. And so you could practice, or like, I know the cheerleaders, the middle school cheerleaders maybe the high school too, had a rally in the valley competition on Sunday. That she would have liked to practice on Monday, and she would like to practice on Sunday, which was, would have been okay to me because it's a one-time thing and they're one competition. So it was kind of like that. If it was like say basketball was coming up and we needed to practice on Sunday, that's back. I remember those times, but.
And I kind of like that idea because, and I'm all for practicing and all that, but if you're starting to do every Sunday, it kind of screws your weekend. And maybe we make it, depending on how far they go, they go into something a little larger, then we can look at it, but if they're just starting off and, I don't know.
What about the middle school football practicing on Labor Day?
Yeah, we had to come back early for Labor Day.
That's what happened.
I mean, I don't know. They need to practice. I get Ryan's point. They're gonna exercise and it's only gonna be an hour. I don't know.
My thought is like my kid playing rec ball, even just little league stuff. They have Sunday practices because we've got to share fields. And so and I know we don't have anything over the rec, but if it's okay for the rec, but we're going to tell the big kids not to do it. And a lot of these kids are playing travel ball anyway. They're playing all weekend in the off season. It's nothing different for it. That being said, yes, I've had to run from church to a practice. We've missed practice because of church this past basketball season. I think as long as they're not being penalized because of anything, I don't see a problem with changing it after all these years. Or keeping it as
I was
we
gonna
have.
say,
Sorry.
are we not enforcing the policy that's here? Because or have we just been saying no Sundays ever, even though that's not the most current policy?
Correct.
Okay.
But based off of board discussion, how I remember it is it was we're going to set policy and put it like this, but we try to protect Sundays as much as possible. They didn't put that language in there, but that's the impression I got from the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So probably should have had that put in language, I guess, but at the time we didn't. So if the board decides to stop that practice, then that anybody can do anything after noon on Sunday. It's just how it's written. So
I think most of us are okay with it as long as the athlete doesn't get, and I think if we find out the athlete doesn't, we're gonna cut it off again, so that's a chance of them earning it back.
I think that's gonna be hard to enforce,
For sure.
very hard to enforce.
it will be.
I think communication between the parent and the coach too goes a long way for helping that I go talk to the coach and tell him my kid can't be there on Sunday, I would hope that he wouldn't hold my kid accountable.
But then when your kid doesn't start and the other kid does,
That's where it shows up.
Mhm.
But it could also be natural progression because you got a kid that is showing up and getting an extra day of practice every week.
again,
But
part of
they're
it
not
for
gonna
us.
play.
Yeah, it's a hard topic.
Yeah.
It's
Has
very-
anybody wanted to play every Sun, has any coach wanted to coach every Sunday their sport?
That's the only that I haven't had any.
The only
I
ones
can't
like
see somebody-
Ryan and middle school basketball is because they play on Mondays. If they played on Tuesdays, I bet you we're not even having this conversation.
Right.
It's the Monday
I
games
agree.
that come into effect.
So we just allow that, just allow, if it's only a Monday game, then you can have a Sunday practice.
We
I
can do
don't
that. I mean, that would work.
I don't think middle school needs to practice on Sundays, I mean,
Ellie, do you know, are most of their games Monday? They have a game almost every Monday?
It's pretty often, I'd have to go
That's
and look
fine.
at
I
it,
just put it
but
on the calendar.
middle school is Monday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, most middle school events are Monday, Thursday.
I just put the high school on my calendar, and it's just about it.
Yeah. Audrey's looking right now
Okay.
on her computer.
No, you're fine. I
just don't know it off the top of my head, but it is majority, yes.
so what's gonna happen is they're gonna be practicing every Sunday.
It's just 6 days a week.
What do families think about this? Have you gotten any feedback from?
Honestly, I don't get a whole lot. I think it's more on the time limit on Sunday as opposed to actually happening on Sunday. If that makes sense.
You mean they want to start earlier?
No, like, the length of time that they're practicing on.
Length of practice.
Yeah, length of practice
Okay.
is the biggest one. But I
Because
honestly.
it's too long or too short or?
Sometimes a little too long, sometimes it's the right amount. I've never had a parent complain that it's too short a practice. But it is usually in the general hour of 2 hours, and sometimes I get complaints about that.
I mean, I get exercising your arm before the game, but why would you wanna have a long practice when you got a game the next day? It is.
Well, what if we throw this out? If they play Monday, they practice Sunday, they don't practice Saturday. I mean, I think we have to give these kids a little bit of a break. They have to have somewhat of a life outside of baseball.
Yeah.
You give them
So-
one day,
Limit the number of practices they can have in a week?
I mean, if he's wanting to do Sunday, maybe they give Saturday off.
They're on
Is that
Saturday
practice
too?
on
Yeah,
Saturday?
what's the status quo? Like what's currently happening?
Of 8 weeks, there are 7 Monday games, just so you know,
Okay.
starting today.
They're not practicing
Thank
Saturday
you.
right now.
The next 8
Saturday?
weeks, there's
Okay.
7
They're doing
Mondays.
6
So they're
I'm
not
sorry, I
practicing-
was looking over there.
You're
What was
good.
the question?
You're not practicing, they're not practicing Saturdays?
As far as to my knowledge, no,
Okay.
they're not. They're taking Saturday off and then they come in Sunday. But I can double check on that as well.
I know before this conversation, a few years, kind of rumbling on Wednesday nights, and the rumblings kind of started about this. There were practices like at 11 on Sundays, like, I know when Brooke was in high school, there was 11 o'clock on Sundays.
Yep.
And I think that's kind of when this, kind of like, whoa, we gotta do something about this, because people in church at 11 o'clock,
Mhm.
and then they're being punished.
Yeah.
So,
And then practices going late
Yeah.
on Wednesday, and then it gets into kids not getting to church on time, and parents get upset.
I'm good with them practicing on Sunday.
I am too.
I'm fine with the Sunday practice, but I don't see anything wrong with the way it's currently written.
And that's
You
fine.
know.
And then that practice would just stop if this board feels different.
Other than saying we need to put a piece in there that, I know Jason says it's hard to enforce, but at least it's there. We have a policy that says they can't be punished. I'm fine with the way it's set up, but I would just like to put that piece in there that child shouldn't suffer any.
So we're saying no mandatory practices on Sunday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. They can practice, but they can't make it mandatory.
Afternoon.
Before
after 12.
Or-
After 12.
They can only practice after 12.
Yes,
Can't practice before.
yes, yes.
Oh, so we
They
need a
give you
motion?
no
I think,
direction.
do we
But
actually?
I think if we're gonna change
We-
policy and put non-mandatory, we should have a.
We need action if we're gonna do this.
Yes.
I need a motion.
I move that we keep the policy as written with the addition of it will not be mandatory. And no child will have consequences because of having to miss the practice.
We have a motion.
I second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Alright.
We can
Sunday,
always-
non-mandatory practices only.
We can always revisit.
Afternoons, yeah,
Yes.
anytime you want.
I think it's a good starting point to try, I mean, it's compromise, you see how it works,
Yep.
we can always, change it.
Sunday, mandatory practices only afternoon.
Your Sunday dinner.
It's one less thing for me to police, so that's good. Okay,
Alright, next one, the accreditation goals.
Okay, we
Jen?
have two accreditation goals. And this is different than before, because we're not on a 5-year cycle anymore. It's not a 1-year cycle, except this year doesn't count, really. It's just figuring it out and making some decisions for next year. So we kind of looked at our data and we could see that one of the things that we really wanted to make better was less chronic absenteeism. So one of our goals was to decrease the number of students that are chronically absent by 5%, which is a small percent, but we want to start small, kind of build our strategies. The strategies will come kind of school improvement strategies, and we'll also do district things to do that. So we would gather chronic absenteeism data, of course, daily attendance data, history of chronic absenteeism, so see if it's happening with families in multiple schools, and survey those families. And this is our 2023 chronic absenteeism data, which, since COVID, it's been pretty high, but for district-wide, 25% of our students are chronically absent. And you can see by grade level, how high it is. We have kindergarten is 27%, and then you come down to grade 8, we've got 35%, and grade 9, 30%, grade 10. Oh my God. Yeah, it's crazy.
Can you tell us what the definition of chronically absent is?
Yes, I'm sure. So,
I was hoping I was reading it wrong.
sorry, I'm gonna go through the slides. At the district level, we're sharing information already and helping parents to understand this data and how it impacts student learning. And at the building level, different buildings are doing different things to reduce the chronic absenteeism rate. But letters are also sent home after 3 consecutive days, 5 days, and 7 days. And those letters are gonna be streamlined across the district, so they all read the same. And then some buildings are doing building-wide incentives for good attendance and not making it so, you have to have perfect attendance all year before, you get something. They're making like little bite-sized pieces. And then the second goal, I don't know why I put 1, but this is the second goal, is reading. And our reading data isn't bad, but we chose reading because reading affects everything else. And if we focus on reading district-wide as well as in each building, we feel like we will see an increase in data across all subjects. So we're going to focus on reading instruction with a focus on vocabulary. So building-wide, there will be vocabulary strategies done. And then district-wide, we'll probably, kind of do the same thing as far as just sending little tidbits and so forth about how vocabulary instruction helps reading comprehension. So, vocabulary plays a fundamental role in reading and is critical to reading comprehension. So children learn meanings of most words indirectly through everyday experiences with oral and written language. Other words are learned through carefully designed instructions. So carefully designed instruction is what we're after, to help kids attain some vocabulary that they have not been using. So artifacts we'll gather for this are FastBridge reading data from the group growth report, and that kind of looks like this. That looks like this, and so you can kind of see district-wide the different tiers. And if you see the dark pink is the lowest tier, and the light purple is college readiness. So we want to move those kids in the dark pink and light pink up into the purple. So I thought I had a slide. Oh, I think I put that on one of my other documents, but chronic absenteeism, and I'm gonna let Ofti explain it a little bit better, because I'm afraid I'm gonna skip over something. Because I talked to you about the letters, and you're awesome at this, Ofti, but I just wanna make sure that I'm saying this right.
So, on the chronic absenteeism, if a student misses 10% of the school days during the school year, they're chronically absent. So, like, I wanna say first semester, we had about 80 days or so, somewhere in there. If they missed 8 days, whether it was all excused, you could have doctor's notes, you could have death in the family, whatever, those kids qualified us for chronically absent. So it doesn't matter what type of excuse, and it automatically generates on, like on our Infinite Campus, it's something that automatically generates, and it says something about nationally chronically absent, and it'll say yes or no. And so it will change. Like, we had some kids first semester that missed 8 days, but now that we've been back and say we've had 120 days or whatever, where they haven't missed the 12 days, they only missed like 9 or 10. It went back down to no on the chronically absent. So
10% anymore.
it's, truancy is a different issue. Like truancy and chronic absenteeism, the chronic absenteeism, you can be chronically absent, but never qualify for truancy. Truancy is if you have 3 days in a row, unexcused, 5 days in a semester, or 7 days in the year. I have some people that are chronically absent, but all their days are excused. Their parents are doing the right thing. They're getting them doctor's notes. We can't control that, and that's what the state's looking at. So I think the middle school, I know in one of the board meetings, I think the middle school was one of the highest last year. I think we were 28% or somewhere around there on chronic absenteeism, and I didn't even know that was something that the state was looking at, but I think there's a big push for that part, and so.
And it goes on our report card.
Yes, it goes on that report card.
Does truancy go on the report anywhere?
No,
Real truancy?
No.
So they don't care about that.
And the other report, so if you go to the report card, I think it's called like the average daily attendance. Like usually we're up in the 90-some percents on average. The state looks at that too, and they have a state average, and I usually think we're around 93% on average daily attendance, like by our student population. But so there's kind of three things, but right now the chronic absenteeism, we're trying to attack it. That's one reason why we're making, like, we're at the middle school, we're making, the phone calls, I think high school and elementaries are doing it too, but now, chronic absenteeism can tie into truancy.
Yeah.
I mean, cause we have some kids that have reached truancy and they're really affecting our chronic absenteeism also, so.
Does the chronically absent go by semester or is it like a
It's for the
whole
whole
year? Okay.
And that's 7 days.
What's that?
If it was 7 days
It's
in the whole year.
10% of the
It's
overall.
10% of your total
So
days,
for that,
so if
if
we
I
have
miss-
160 some days during the school year, if they've missed the 16 days, they're gonna be federally chronically absent.
It could change at any time.
And it can change. It's tough if they've missed too many days to get them back to not being chronically absent. Like, I mean, when I go through my list, like, we have some kids that, I mean, they've been really sick, or they've had family members pass away, and they've had doctors things for everything. And if they've had 20 days, they're never gonna get off that, and it's gonna count against us. So,
Is it aggregated on the report at the end of the year for you guys? Like those
Yeah.
numbers, or is that,
Yes.
is it throughout the year?
It's all put
Yeah.
together for us.
it's all
At
put
the
together.
end of the year.
But it keeps a total on the Infinite Campus, like, I could show you, like, if you came in, I can show you it keeps it on each student automatically.
So is this something that you said is like basically on our scorecard from the state now, something that we need to track? And that's
Yes,
sort of why we
but-
had a big push for it?
Yes, but a lot of districts are
That's what I
using
was
this
gonna
one,
ask.
Yes.
because we're not alone.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I've looked at chronic absenteeism rates from surrounding areas. Ours is not, I'm not saying it's good, but it's not as high as some of the other districts around us. So I think we need to say when we have a win, whether small or not, it's a win.
But I think it also depends on what district, you know, Wichita, let's say it was Wichita's a
Yeah.
lot bigger than ours,
Oh,
so it's
yeah,
gonna
no,
show
it-
higher, but
It's been about a month since I looked all of the data,
Yeah.
but it was like pretty like Arc City, I think, and Winfield were,
Okay.
those were, it was more geographically, you know,
Sure.
not the size, but. And then I know I brought this up last time, but I know, when we're talking to the parents, are we getting reasons as to why most parents know that they're gone? I know that's different with truancy, but I think it's a slippery slope when we start rewarding people for coming to school when there's legitimate illnesses, and it's like, we don't want them to spread illness, cause we all know we've had that fair share. And so we don't wanna send them a letter and be like, you're chronically absent, like you've been sick for a week with influenza, you know? I just don't wanna add a little bit of, I don't wanna make them feel bad.
Well, and on the letters that we send out, those letters are when they've had the unexcused,
Okay.
and that's the state law.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm saying, like, it almost feels like it makes more sense to track excused versus unexcused, because unexcused is way different
Yes,
than excused.
and when they hit the unexcused, that's gonna be our, truancy.
Right.
It is, I mean, you can read data however you want, but like in some of that data, like that they're federally chronically absent, you know, you wish you could explain to the state, hey, but
Yeah.
it's just the way it is, but everybody's dealing
Yeah.
with that.
But just to be clear, excused absences can still put you on the list for
Oh,
chronic
absolutely,
absenteeism.
yes.
Okay.
Like I had some people that were excused 10 times first semester, but they were automatically federally chronically absent.
So what would be the point in having an excused absence?
Because
does that help at school?
It does, because it keeps DCF and the county attorney from coming after a parent for neglect if they have unexcused absences.
I think it's 5 per semester that parents can excuse, correct?
What's that?
Without a doctor's note, 5 absences
5
per semester.
If parents are calling
Yeah.
in, we will excuse 5 in a semester, and that's something that's set by each board.
Mm-hmm.
Some boards have 7, I mean, but then after the 5, then you need the doctor's notes, or I work with parents, like if I know they've had a death in the family or whatever, I'm going to excuse that.
And I think that's where it gets to be really powerful, like knowing the reasons why they're gone. It's like if we're doing messaging on social media and we're talking about things that don't even happen in our district, it just makes more sense to gather that information as to why.
Yeah.
And kind of.
And a lot of the ones we're calling are the ones that come up with a lot of excuses anyway.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
But Ofty, correct me if I'm wrong, when it comes to this measure, it doesn't matter why.
It doesn't matter why.
So, and this is what the state's holding us accountable to.
Correct.
So it really, it's
So we
back to
wanna
it doesn't matter why.
Get the kids to come to school that can come.
But I think if we get better even at this, that's going to help our truancy rates also.
Agreed.
Is school activities being counted against it?
No, school activities do not.
Is that what's coming up as
Because they look
exempt?
as a,
I
they
had
look like an
is that what-
So I had a big
Yeah,
argument,
that's exempt.
even, so we have kids that get ISS and OSS. And that was hurting our numbers and being counted against us. And I said, that's our choice because they had a behavior that shouldn't count. So we got that changed for this year, like last year, we can't change that, but, so it almost looks like when we do that now, it looks like, well, they're in an activity. That way it's not hurting our school, cause that's our consequence we gave out. So, I guarantee you, well, I guess if, I can promise you that our numbers will probably look better, I know, at the middle school next year than what they looked last year. Just because of that piece alone. Because anytime we sent somebody to ISS or OSS, their days they were counted as like unexcused. So.
Our data will be better, it'll be more real.
Yeah, more realistic than, so.
But to get kids to school as far as truancy goes, but you said, when does DCF and our attorney get involved? Or really my point is, do they, because I suppose they don't get involved.
I'm
They should.
a pretty patient guy. Usually, when they hit that 357, those letters are generated through our Infinite Campus. They get sent out to the parents. Now, even if I send a 3, 5, or 7 letter, I usually don't, because then you have to fill out other paperwork to give to the county attorney, like a referral. Or if they're under 13, you get a hold of DCF. So all of your elementary principals would get a hold of DCF. I usually send the letters, try to get the parents to respond, or try to get them to correct what needs to be done. I usually don't, like, when they're getting up to 10 to 20 unexcused, and we have kids much worse than that, that's when I'll send a couple letters. I usually send 2 or 3 letters first, and then by that time, if they're not reaching out to me, if they're not
Showing up at school,
then I usually let our new SRO, Leslie, know, and I usually go hand deliver paperwork to the county attorney now. I think that's some things that we're working on. I'm not gonna
in
say
that
too
whole
much
process,
more.
is there a point where you go to the parent's home, the child's
What's that?
home?
We went and did
Yeah.
home visits, yeah. And Leslie's not afraid to do the home visits at all, but no, we have done that. We've put a little more pressure on a couple people this year, like, I don't take a lot down to the county attorney and DCF, but when a kid has 40 days, come on. Get them to school.
Well, and then it's kind of like, we used to be able to spank. If I spank you, it might not help you, but it's gonna help the other 22 in the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we, and I don't wanna prosecute, but if we do, and it's, you don't like my, if we do, and parents are starting to realize we're going to, that's another, I don't wanna say incentive, but you know what I'm saying? You know, if they know we don't do anything, then what's the point? But if they know there will be consequences, oh,
Ms.
Johnny got to do
Clements?
this, so I don't wanna.
What's the rule with high school? Isn't it like 3 absences or something like that for finals?
Yeah, I think it's, 3.
Is it 3?
Any unexcused, they have to take that.
Right.
So if you have one unexcused in a class, you have to take finals.
Right.
Did you say one unexcused? Okay, so any unexcused, you take finals, but if they're excused,
I think it's up to 3. I think it's up to 3 excused.
3 and an A.
three
That's it.
excused.
If you have an A in the class and you have 3 unexcused absences or less, you do not have to take finals. If you have 1 unexcused absence, you have to take them no matter what.
Right.
And a B or anything.
Which I think is a pretty good incentive.
Yeah.
For kids that care about grades.
And 3 tardies to the class equals an unexcused absence for the class. So, just because they're tardy to class every day, they get their unexcused absence in week 1.
Okay, Jen, I have a question about that. Did you create this PDF or this document? Okay, so we have a sentence in there that says procedures for notifying parents on the day of a student's absence shall be published in the student handbook. I looked through all the student handbooks and I couldn't find where we have anything about our procedure for notifying the parents. We have it in there about the parents' obligation to notify us. I don't see anything in there about us notifying the parents when their student's not there on that day. So unless I'm
I think there
missing
is in the elementary handbook where it says that the secretary may call and ask why the student's not there.
That's something we need to streamline.
It's not
Yeah.
super detailed, it
Yeah.
just says the secretary
I'm
may
just
call and
thinking
ask.
of recent instances where children have not been notified, like if they didn't get off the bus and 4 hours went by and nobody knew they were missing and then, that sort of thing, so. It just caught me, cause I don't think we had anything really that was outlined on our process for notifying parents.
That's probably something we need to streamline. And these kinds of things, the good thing is that we get our data more real and we get things streamlined a lot better. So our letters will be streamlined and our handbooks will be streamlined better.
I used to dream this, or I know schools have it. Did we used to have like the robocall system? Where like, you know what I mean, like where you just automatically called home with this recorded message, Johnny is not here today, Somebody has that, right? We've never had it. Okay, we've never had it. But there are instances where places have those. I'm not saying we need that but
I'm just thinking of safety.
yeah, I think we do need, if I'm not in school, my parent needs to be
You
called.
have the ability, every parent does on Infinite Campus, to push a button and every time you're tardy or absent to class, you get a text message. So we have parents that are calling the school. I mean, I know when I was teaching, I'd have a parent text me, "Where's my son?"
Maybe that's what I'm thinking, because I'm thinking of a specific person partly.
You get a text
Yeah.
message or
I have to
a
get a text
notification?
message. It's a
Okay,
push
it's a notification, okay.
So
But the parent
you
has
can-
to ask for it.
You can sign up through Infinite Campus, so every parent has that ability through Infinite Campus, and they'll get a notification that their kid is absent or tardy, whichever one, and their grades, you can do that also. So instead of like the robocall,
You know what I mean?
now, but we do have the ability to, the
Some
parent
people
has to
robocall
opt
their
in.
substitutes, I'm just
Yeah.
futuristic.
So those are our goals.
Okay, I have some questions. Go back to your comprehension and vocabulary, because I have been listening to the podcast of Science of Reading. And the Science of Reading says that vocabulary and comprehension can't be taught. You can't focus on one until you've done, until you taught kids how to read words. So to say we're focusing on one, vocabulary will help comprehension. According to Science of Reading, that's not what will work. I've just been listening to podcasts, and this happens to be the one I just listened to. So,
Well, I will get back to you on that. for
I'm kind of
vocabulary
weird to listen to that
strategies.
stuff, but.
I mean, we're teaching the comprehension, so this would come after.
And that's what the science of reading says, you don't teach comprehension. And it's a lengthy podcast, so there's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
But I mean, the premise of it is, there's things you do before, which is old school, like I remember, so. I'm just sharing that, and I can tell you which one it was.
Okay.
What did we do? I know we had a push for kids to have books in their hands. Remember that? What happened? How
We're
did that?
still doing reading within each school and district-wide. We've had 2 author visits this year. We're doing the, what have you read on teachers' doors. We've made sure that kids are getting to the library.
I've heard some neat ways teachers have done book reports. It'd be nice to have like a teacher with their class, share some of the ways so we know.
We can see if we can get some of them.
Because we talked about kids reading a book on their own and sharing what they learned on their own without being class read to. So.
I know at the middle school they have a deer time, or at least in one, Mr. Wellington's class has deer time. Is that school-wide?
It's school-wide in our nighttime, so we have each one of our days in nighttime is structured. So like on Mondays, we do like grade checks and opportunities to catch up on missing work. Tuesdays is our deer time, so everybody in the school in that nighttime should be dropping everything and reading. And so we also instituted for ELA doing book reports, which I set at 4 for the year. Maybe I was too lofty, I don't know. But I mean, just those are some of the things that we're doing, but deer time we started.
That's really nice to share some ways that the teachers have incorporated book reports, because I've heard some really cool, unique ways that they instituted that.
So when a student comes up against a word they don't understand, does the teacher give them the definition, or are they expected to learn the definition through the context of the sentence?
It depends on the situation. But
Because if you can't teach comprehension, then wouldn't the teacher need to provide a definition for a big word or common words, rather than expecting the student to pick it up just through the context of the sentence? Because oftentimes that's confusing.
Yeah.
I get confused sometimes.
And that's kind of what our focus is. Kids come into school with a huge range of vocabulary. Some kids come into kindergarten with half as much vocabulary as other kids. And so exposure to words, whether it's in conversations and different books and different ways of learning vocabulary is important. So reading and chronic absenteeism. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. All right, next facility committee bond issue.
Yes, okay, so the next ones, 2.6, 2.7 kind of go together. Kind of trying to get some board discussion going to help inform the work of the facility committee. As you know, Brandon and Bob are your 2 members that are representing on the facility committee. Had a meeting a couple weeks ago and started discussing after the board had a planning session and heard from Dustin Navy. And so we put that information back into your packet, the information that Dustin brought about the ideas. As you know, we are in a good financial situation to possibly get some bond work done here fairly quickly. And so one of the things that's in your packet is DCS came and met with the facility committee and gave kind of some budget numbers, some rough numbers. They're not perfect, but some rough numbers on some of the potential HVAC and roof projects across the district. That doesn't mean we have to do all of those. That is budget numbers for each of those items if you chose to do any of those. And so that gives us the opportunity to see what those would cost as part of a bond issue if those projects were chosen. And so we also had some discussions. One of the things that we talked about in the planning session is working towards having the entire board go on a tour of the district. So the facility committee talked about that briefly and would really like, instead of just wandering around aimlessly, really to get a solid list of specific items that they feel like they would really like to show the board. And so we discussed that. And so kind of going through that, I guess if we don't mind bleeding into 2.7 educational facility goals, the committee also talked about whether the board wanted them to explore any differences in the way the district is currently established. When you're talking about a bond issue, you're looking at potentially how the district looks for the next 20 years. And so, are we set up with the facilities that we have? Is the board happy with that and we just need to maintain those facilities? Or is there some structure within our system that the board is interested in exploring, potentially, changing our structure? One of the things that has continued to come up over the last few years is what happens with early childhood in our community and where do those kids go. Currently we have obviously our community preschools taking care of that. We have a contract with Futures Unlimited, and we have a couple preschool classrooms that we're allowing to use our facilities to expand preschool services here in the community through Futures. We have Christian Academy and Methodist Church continuing to have their programs. But we are obviously in the current structure we are deadlocked as far as room to expand that. I know the Christian Academy has had a good rebound here and they're working hard. I don't know what their long-term financial plans are and how that all looks. And so discussing some of those things, early childhood and even birth to 3 type programs are all things that currently we do not have room for if the board is interested in going down that route. And we obviously have discussed restructuring over the last several years. That has not taken place, any movement on that, and so we continue, even within the current facilities that we have, we continue to be in the same spot. And so really some discussion, I guess, and I know this is difficult. I don't expect everybody to have the magic answers right now, but we need to keep this on our discussion radar and kind of do this month to month so that we can guide the facility committee and also have good discussions on how the next 20 years of the district looks and whether we're happy with where we sit and if not, then where do we kind of move forward. So I know this is very general. But it is also a topic that we need to start narrowing down a little bit. So, yes, Pat.
Does the state pay for preschool? Do we get money if we have preschool?
We get money for students who have at-risk type money for preschool, which then currently flows into Futures, and then so it's basically a flow through to us to Futures, and then they do our at-risk.
So say we would add a preschool to every elementary school. What would be paid for by the state? Is that if they're ours and they're in our building, is that funneled through Futures?
So currently, we would only get money for at-risk students in the community as far as that. Now, that is a national topic. Well, for just across the community. So special education needs at-risk type funding that would come in for that. Because we don't have our own preschools right now, we're working through Futures. That money goes to Futures, and then they run those programs. That is a national topic, though. President Biden has talked about trying to fund early childhood across the board. That's been a topic at the state for the last several years, but it has never become a fully funded preschool situation yet.
So right now, 4 preschools, 4 schools, it'd be financed through just special education money.
Yes,
An
and
at-risk.
anything, and you could also charge the community to run preschool programs. I
You
mean,
can charge them to try to teach.
sure, yep, that's a possibility as well. And the board could decide what they could absorb within the general fund. Darcy could put that together for you so that maybe you're not charging them, the max amount, but, it would just depend on how budgets flowed at that point, depending on how big of a program we had. It's always been kind of tough in this community because we have great partners with Futures and with Christian Academy and that are doing great things, and we don't knock any of that. We just want to be always prepared to take on, and help out in that role as much as we possibly can. So,
What's our part of Futures? I mean, what do we do? I mean, do we just, what's our financial, what do we do to help them and they help us?
for the most part, we just help them financially. I mean, and Joel, you can speak to it, but for the most part, we're providing space for them to be able to increase their numbers and support more kids in the community than they were able to before, when they just had their kids out at their property.
So we don't pay anything other than our space.
We have the at-risk funding that flows through and goes to that through the contract. And Darcy, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but as far as what the contract says. And I know you love it when I put you on the spot. So.
We do pay them per our contract. I can pull our contract if you'd like to look at it.
Yep.
They have a certain amount that they charge us, and part of it's the flow through tier. You've looked at it too. We've talked about going through their expenses because they now offer for kiddos that don't qualify for that risk funding, and I know we pay for those kiddos.
The contract's in the July board packet.
Yep, it always comes through in July.
We've requested a breakout of how they spend the money that we send them, so we can balance and look and see. Before, they had not provided that. And so we've asked them that, and then Darcy and I are looking at more specific questions, because even what they sent was kind of vague. But it's quite a lot of money.
I just really. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So just general discussion on kind of if you think about the facility committee meeting and talking about these things, not just what we want to see, but what are some I guess let me start this way. What are some things within the district facility wise that any of you have noticed that you feel could use upgraded? For instance, one of the things that the facility committee has talked about, we have a bit of a window structure issue with the middle school cafeteria. That construction on that giant wall that faces the back parking lot, that is a HVAC nightmare because it just allows all kinds of heating and cooling issues that we have really a hard time keeping that. And that wall is just not great structurally, and so being able to replace that with different windows is a possibility. The other thing that we have space, we have the entire old ag shop the old ag shop that used to be at the high school, now the middle school. That big building back there that is extremely outdated, but it is a structure that sits that could be turned into something program-wise, whether it be CTE programs for students, for middle school students, or turning it into other programs. We have some middle school classes that go in there. The weight room for middle school's in there. Jamie Ibarra runs Fresh Start program out of there. But it's just extremely outdated and needs, if you're gonna use it for other things. So there's space there, just throwing out ideas. Go ahead, Pat.
So things like fixing up the little theater.
Yes, the little theater is one that was talked about as well. Yeah, we talked about that as well. Yes, absolutely. Putting new seating in there and.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking of too.
Yeah. And when you.
Oh, yeah.
When you talk about.
It take a lot because things cost a lot, but
yeah,
it doesn't need a whole lot.
Yeah, and that's something that we could go tour as a group, so that you have your brains on it. But it would come down to, is that entire pod need messed with in some way, or is it just I mean, just replacing the seating in the little theater would, change that place a lot. But while you're in there doing that kind of thing, do those back classrooms need support? Are there things that, you want to look at back there?
I think safety is top of my list with windows and locations of things and just getting that on the radar.
How are we doing on space at all of our schools? I mean, you've seen numbers recently, I know it's kind of uneven. Are we at a place where we think we could shuffle kids enough that we have space, or are we looking that we need more classrooms? What's the
We need to
feel?
even out class sizes.
We could
for
even
sure.
out.
It's very wonky.
I'd like to see Kennedy full, and there's ways to do that. That's one of the things I'd like to see, Kennedy classrooms full again.
I know it's been a while since the training, but what roofs are leaking and what ones are just being repaired? Because we know we got a leaking roof at the high school.
Yep.
I mean, we know that's there.
Right. The high school would definitely be on that issue.
Yep. Kelly, you got any updates on? Yeah, the back of Lincoln seems to be pretty bad.
In their west part.
Rainy season's coming, so we're gonna find out one
Yeah,
way or the
we'll
other.
find out a lot more.
How soon it's gonna get?
Yeah, not soon enough. The other thing, and I think I know the answer to this, but we haven't done a bond issue since the revenue neutral rate came into effect with the state. Does that bond issue affect the revenue neutral rate? Does that figure into that calculation?
That's the R&R, no.
It doesn't?
That's
Okay.
just your yearly budget, this is bonds, that's separate.
There
And
is
the-
something going through the legislature now about mills and that. I'll have to-
Yeah. There
That was
is,
last
the legislature
week,
is talking about the R&R process.
Right,
Right.
because that does affect that.
Yeah.
The valuation, the dollar amount, and all that fun stuff.
So,
So if we do wanna do a tour, do we need to do it in groups of 2, or do we do it as one and publish it as?
we can publish it.
Okay,
I would say publish it, and that way you guys can talk to each other. I mean, there's no point in having
yeah, okay.
2 at a time. I think we publish it and have you go.
I did get an amount from the county if you did when we were talking about the bonds. And
Yes,
if you
thank
did
you.
the ballot process, the polling site would be anywhere from 4,000 to 8,000. And the mailing would anywhere from 4,000 to 10,000.
Mhm.
So give me some examples when you're talking safety.
Windows being a safety concern.
Yep.
But not being graphic.
Yeah. No, you're good.
And then just, from the ag building at the high school,
Mhm.
do we have a safe place to go to from during a situation,
Yep.
I don't know. I did speak with a couple people and they had some really great ideas, so might have to refresh with them before the final list, but yeah.
Well, and it's the same situation with the auxiliary gym at the middle school being separate, so.
Yeah.
Anything else? Brandon, Bob, you guys have anything that you feel like you need more information on to plow forward?
No,
No,
I think you covered a lot.
yeah.
So these were just estimates that DCS
Yes.
gave us, they didn't give bids or anything,
No,
it's
no,
just
no,
their
just estimates.
industry knowledge.
We just asked for budgeting
Okay.
estimates, yeah,
And-
just
and
to
they're
hit
high.
down that road.
Okay,
You're gonna go high and low, but they are high, so if we actually budget it out, probably a little less. Or
But it's a ballpark now.
okay,
it's somewhere to start.
Yep, so if you're looking at a, $15 million bond issue, you can see what you get versus stretched out 25 or whatever Dustin, gave you different options in there.
It would be interesting to see the repair bill they put in all these HVAC units and all that each year.
Yep.
What we're paying out just to try to
Yeah,
get those
just to
things up
keep
and
it
going.
running.
Keep them limping.
That would be a good number.
Mhm.
ESSER funds, could that be used for HVAC or anything, what's the status on that?
We have used it for HVAC already, and so Kelly, you want to
And
jump in
windows
there?
at Lincoln and Washington.
Yep.
So those were used, our ESSER funds were used to finance that. HVAC, at Washington, what Mike Cliffman, our director, our supervisor of maintenance, went around and he got some of our older units, that were kind of on their last leg. And we replaced quite a few at, the rooftop units. We didn't touch, like the big chillers or anything like that at the schools, but any of the rooftop units at the middle school, Washington, Lincoln, and SCA, and nothing needed to be touched at this building. But yeah, we have used it for HVAC and the windows at those two. And those windows was a big ticket item.
Is there still ESSER funds? I mean, do we still have ESSER funds? Are they still
Through
coming in?
September.
Through
Through
September,
next
so
September.
we're still using our
How much do we have left?
after school and summer school program. We'll be able to run through that. And when we did our stipend that we paid through negotiations, went through that. And we have, so on our ESSER application, we actually had to say what we wanted to spend it on already to even go through the state before. So it's not like we can just go and make a change now. They no longer have the task force. Before you had to submit, here's what we wanna spend our money on. They know prices change up and down, so you may spend more in this category and less in the other category, but you had to say, get it approved through the state before we could even purchase off of it.
Okay, so I'm not hearing anybody say build a new building or anything at that level.
Can
Build a
we,
new Washington.
can we get a
Build a new
number
Washington.
on bus students, how many there are, and what that would be to sending them to Kennedy?
Yeah, I think that.
I mean, we've done it before, but this is we're on that, we're gonna start talking about it monthly.
It's not going to be the answer, because we still have class sizes, even at Washington, that are wonky, you know? It's not just Eisenhower and Kennedy that are the issues, so we need to.
I'm just trying to find a way to utilize those classrooms at Kennedy, so teachers don't have to possibly teach second grade one year, third grade another year, you know,
Yep, that is tough on.
yeah, I'm just trying to find a way to fill those rooms.
We gotta look at the demographics of the next 10 years, where are we gonna be?
Yep.
We got a manufacturing company that's coming.
Yep.
What's that gonna do to us?
Yep.
So you can't pigeonhole this thing. You're gonna have to take a much broader look.
Agreed. Yep, and one of the things that is key, as far as if you talk to a district like Circle, they have in that community or in that area, Circle's kind of a wonky district, but they have built houses. So their student population coming in is feeding into those houses. And that's something this community is going to have to do if we're going to grow for our schools. Is you have a company coming to town that has all these people, but they have to live somewhere. And so are we going to build along with that? Well, if not, they're going to be finding houses outside of town and may not be coming to school here. So it's hard to see. But I agree. You have to have an outlook of the future and figure out how that's going to look. And sometimes that's hard. So, okay. Brandon, Bob, you guys good there? Kelly?
Yep.
Feel okay with that feedback? Okay. So maybe we can meet again and then work towards a tour for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Logan? Is that Logan?
Yeah, that's Logan.
God, Logan, you changed so much.
They get older, you know.
Well, I know, I said, is that Logan? I'm sorry, but.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
All right, next one, instructional support.
Yes. Okay. So on this evening's consent agenda, I'd let you know that the district is interested in hiring Chad Sheets, who is a elementary principal in El Dorado, and he's coming down. He has in the El Dorado district. He's been there for a number of years and has been through the process of building instructional support across that district. And so he has been in a situation kind of where we want to be, where we are building that foundation of instructional support. And then we obviously put on our district goals in putting instructional strategists into place for next year. At that time, obviously, we didn't know we were going to be losing Jen to retirement, and we were going to have a whole turnover there, and then also bringing out in an external candidate that doesn't know anybody yet, and so we wanted to discuss putting that off and letting Chad come in and build his programs and really get to know the district and know everybody before we start shoving something down his throat that is that he already has expertise in starting himself anyway. So we need to use that expertise, but he's got to get to know people and create relationships and put all that together. And so just wanted to have that discussion openly for the district and our teachers and everybody to hear that would be the plan, or that's the recommended plan versus what we were kind of trying to tackle before when we thought somebody like Jen, who already knows everybody and has those relationships, would be doing. So I just wanted to throw that out there for discussion and try to support Chad and his work as he approaches the district next year.
Anyone have any questions?
That's not something I need voted on. I just wanted to make sure you feel good about that.
2023-24 calendar.
Yes, and I have good news on this. This came late in the day, late enough that I couldn't even send you an email. But Peggy and I re-looked at the calendar today, and evidently she had already bumped a day that I didn't realize. And so I believe our seniors are now actually good. And so I apologize for that. So unless you want to have a calendar adjustment of some other sort, based off of your teacher contract, then I believe that we are still good. We are very tight, I will tell you. If something else crazy happens, which obviously we don't anticipate, but I've also been sitting in this office buying truckloads of bottled water to shove to schools, and so crazy things happen. So you never know. But we are very tight, but that Peggy and I got together and both figured out today that we had a little miscommunication on that. So I think we're good with our current calendar, and we can actually table that unless the board wants to talk about it.
Sounds good.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, all good. Neighborhood revitalization program agreement.
Yes, Stacy's here tonight, and she's dying to talk to you about the neighborhood revitalization program and any questions you have. I did send them that document that you put out later, and so any questions for Stacy based off of that agreement. So, and you said it's due April 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
So the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, or the NRP, is a tax rebate program that is an incentive that is used to entice people to fix up their properties, build new, and it's also commercial and residential. The taxing entities, which you guys are, have been involved for, I think this is the third time the school district's been involved, but it is time to renew it. It expires June 30th and goes back into play July 1st. Every 10 years you have to rewrite your plan, update the data in there, and so our office was tasked with doing that. In the last several months we've been doing that. Now we need to have interlocal agreements signed so that we can send them into the state attorney general's office, and we need a copy of the minutes of the approval of the interlocal agreement if you still want to participate in being one of the taxing entities for the NRP. When you do improvements with the NRP over I believe it's $5,000, you get up to a certain percentage of those taxing entities back in a rebate in the increased assessed valuation of your home. So I used it on a rental property that I had. We actually protested our taxes, got our taxes down where they should have been. Jason's laughing. And put $72,000 worth of work into the property prior to selling it, but we started getting that tax rebate the next year from the improvements, and it was a nice little refund and was very appreciated. It didn't cover all of what we put into it, but it did help. So, any questions?
That's a good program. We used it at the lumberyard when we did a remodel. It was a good program.
We've used it in our house when we built and when we redid the basement, so it's a great program.
Thank you.
And I think it goes back to what Bob and Adam were saying about it's a good incentive to get people to build when we have these new businesses coming in, get more kids in them.
So what are the cons of it? I'm not familiar with this whole thing, so what would be a reason to not?
Well, what we hear a lot is if I do anything to my property taxes will go up. And so that's why a lot of people don't do it. They don't see the value of it. I mean, when you fix up your property, whether it's commercial or residential, you increase the sense of pride in your community, which for me, with my job, is very important as I'm touring site selectors or developers throughout any part of the county or any of the communities. And so making sure that you have healthy, safe, livable conditions for residential, and you have buildings that are structurally sound, and your downtown is fixed up with, you talk about needing safety with windows. Some of these windows in these buildings are probably the original windows, and, making sure that if the wind doesn't blow too hard and it falls out on somebody, those kinds of things. So that is really what it's for. The biggest con we've heard is that it just is gonna increase their property taxes and they don't wanna do it. So, there is a process to it. It's a $100 application fee. You cannot start the construction or remodel or anything until you go to the county appraiser's office where the program is currently run through. And they have pictures taken, you get your application in, then you do the work. You have a year to complete the work. And then they come back, take pictures, and that's how it works. So.
I think, what was your question more, what are the cons for us as a
Yeah.
board, not as a taxing entity, not participating in it?
You don't get to keep that tax revenue, that goes back to, that portion of yours goes to the improvements on people's properties. What would come here would go there.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it just for city people?
No, it's countywide. It's a 5-year program, except for in Wellington, it's the downtown district is 10 years. And that's like from the middle of C Street, middle of C Street to the middle of Jefferson to, help me on that, Jason, isn't it?
Like 8th Street.
8th Street and then
To 2nd.
to 2nd, yep.
And the cost to us is just the $100?
No, we don't.
No.
You don't pay
We lose
that,
the
that's,
taxes.
We just don't get the taxes.
We lose the taxes.
Okay, but I
For
thought
the
there was
5
the
years.
application fee.
There is, and that's for someone who's doing their home or their
Okay.
remodel or whatever.
Okay. So there's no cost to
Then
us.
isn't there a different district out at the,
There is a district out in the
Corridor.
eastern corridor, and that is, I believe that's not like the downtown district. There's an addendum in here for that.
so yeah, Sarah,
Yeah.
basically what we would lose is the tax difference.
Okay.
We wouldn't get that benefit for 5 years on certain
5 years.
entities or 10 years on others.
The current application says that in the eastern corridor, tax rebates for qualifying projects within the confines of the East US 160 corridor district shall be for a period of 5 years at 95%. Rebate refund will only apply to the first 500,000 of increased property market value. Qualifying projects must be properties owned and classified as commercial. Because that is a commercial highway district, I believe is how it's classified, so.
Need a motion on it?
Well, it's due April 1st is the issue.
And we've done it in the past.
Yep, yeah. This is just a renewal, simply because every 10 years we have to rewrite the plan with the new census data. We have to talk about what our housing market is. It was very interesting and very eye-opening for me to have to go through and find all of that this time, because I didn't do it the last time, I wasn't part of that, so.
I move we continue with our agreement with the neighborhood revitalization project.
A second.
We have a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for being here.
You bet.
All right, middle school carpet.
Yes, Kelly?
Hold
talk about middle school carpet. You have, I like to put my people on the spot. You have 3 bids. As you know, we've been replacing carpet across the district for several years now. The middle school and then SCA, which the district still owns, are the 2 that have not been done. And so the middle school, and Bob is probably frowning behind me, the middle school has been patiently waiting for their carpet for a number of years now while we've tackled other projects. And so now Kelly has 3 bids in there. Darcy's been bracing for this to happen, so she is aware, and so we'd just like to head towards a summer project of getting the middle school done up. Kelly?
Basically, we had 4 companies come in and do their measurements and got 3 bids back. And those are the 3 bids that are in your packet. Again, up for discussion this month, that way. Hopefully you have time to do your research, whatever you were asked questions, and then maybe we can possibly vote on it in April, and then we can get on their schedule so we can get that done, and hopefully last days of school, last week of school, have our guys go in and start getting all the desks and everything moved out, and we can start that process. And they would just be like you can see in the bids, the carpet squares and then some tile work that the middle school would like to have done as well, because some of that tile needs repaired too.
Was it Drew's who we used last time? Was it Drew who used that one?
Yes, we used Harry Street out at the high school.
Okay.
And we've used Star with Lincoln and Washington.
Okay.
And then our local Gassens for Kennedy and Eisenhower, and then
I'm just surprised how much higher that one is.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is it the same design as the high school?
No, I think they're wanting to go back to more of a darker solid gray.
You don't like your changing?
No. They figured out how to clean it though,
Yeah.
so that's good.
That's good, yeah.
So there's 2 options, that one's a darker gray, and then one has a couple red lines in it if you want some kind of different, something different. I've got the samples if you want to snag them.
Sure. As long as they're not black. Not black.
So the bids aren't broken down by building, right? It's all inclusive. It's both of them together.
It's all the middle school.
Just the middle school.
Just the middle school, yeah.
That's the last one left, I think, on the list.
Now we table gas today, right?
That's right, yeah.
So those are your 2 different samples. They're pretty much exactly the same, except for one on my left is it just has those little red stripes.
I think it breaks. I like the little accent.
And I think he could send me some pictures too of some classrooms that already have each one of these down.
It's not really red, it's an orange. I mean, it's an orange red, but I'm kind of picky.
If you go through the 2 Eisenhower and Kennedy, they have more of this, and it does look really nice.
Alright, good discussion. Anyone have any questions?
So we have used Star and Harry Street before.
Yes, for the Lincoln and Washington projects.
They were just they didn't break it out as much as the other one, and they were so much less than the other. I just wanted to make sure that we knew.
I will say this,
Everything
though,
was in
that guy measured every nook and corner, about 4 hours worth of measurement, the longest, so
Okay.
I feel pretty confident that he'll be spot on.
Okay. Started?
Which cut?
Star,
Okay.
yeah. He was very meticulous.
And then the tile, is that kind of the same size or?
Yeah, it would be a little bit smaller, but
Okay,
they would have to go, I leave it up to them, see,
yeah,
pretty similar color.
okay, cool.
Action item 3.1, master policy book updates.
Yes. Jen, do we have Lori?
Yes, Lori's on.
Lori?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Oh,
We are in open session and coming up to the master policy book updates that you and I have been discussing, and could you kind of give, and obviously the committee has been working on this, but can you kind of give them kind of the process of where we're at from where we were kind of a year ago and heading through that process? And obviously, currently we have the old PDF from before the project started still currently on the website, and wanting to replace that with board book. And I know there's been a little delay as we work through our non-resident policy. And so could you just kind of give them an idea of where we're at and what is on the table?
Sure, absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening about kind of KASB's policy audits, how those work. Just for a little bit of background, we changed how we did policy audits a couple of years ago. One of the things we were hearing from districts, from board members, from clerks, from administrators was it's really hard to keep track of updates, making sure we're current, making sure we're compliant, those types of things. So we kind of overhauled how we used to, how we do our policy reviews and audits, and then also the fact that we have this a partnership now with Board Book that allows for us to essentially, or Leslie Garner, who's our policy specialist, gives her the opportunity to kind of behind the scenes making sure all of those things are up to date on Board Book once they are approved by the board. One of the good things about that is it is obviously the board, the public administration, everyone knows that your policies are up to date and compliant based on, our policy recommendations and those types of things. So that is, when we're talking about policy, compliance, making sure that, the district is not exposed, that we have the policies that we need, and making sure that those are in place is of the utmost importance. So the idea was, we know what policies need to be in place. We have attorneys who are working to write those in what we think is the best way possible. And then we just turn that over and allow, boards to review and adopt those. And, just making sure that there's no chance that there's going to be a, falling behind or something like that. So we've changed how we've done that. You guys were early adopters of that, which is great. Making sure that, that whole compliance piece is taken care of. Making sure that we're updating those things. So that's a little bit of background. If there are any specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Yes, I did have a few questions. So Jen had given us a PDF. It's like an 18-page PDF basically it's an index of changes with different columns. Who filled that document out? Was that filled out by you guys, or did we fill that out and give to you?
That is the working document that is used by our policy. It's a KASB document that is filled out as we're completing the policy review. And that is just a way of us to keep track of, the policies that are up to date, don't need to change anything. The ones that were not up to date, meaning KASB had recommended an update or a policy change that was not reflected in the current policy book of the district. And so that is an internal document that KASB shares, mostly just to ensure, I guess just as a helpful way of kind of looking and seeing how many changes were needed and that sort of thing.
Okay, so you guys are the ones that put like the U or the X. I can't remember what the key is.
The X means no change, and U means updated.
Okay, so there's a note section all the way to the right with the U. How do we know what was changed when you updated it? How do we know what it used to be versus what it is now when you updated it?
Well, I mean, one of those would be looking at what you currently have and then just comparing it. So when we do these reviews, we do not do track changes to say, well, this is what changed or this is what didn't. It is essentially, it's a way for districts and boards to, as soon as it is approved, to say, we know that we are up to date with the most current recommendations on policy, and you know, that it's kind of this, we go through and say, you know, here's what you need, here's what you don't have, and here's our recommendation. So we don't do what we would consider a red line of your policies, because again, we shifted to more of a review than an audit. And then now when we do our policy updates, we do redline those so you can see what the changes are.
Okay.
So for example, policy AG was one that was recently updated last June. Those are on our website, and there's redline versions so people can see what changes were made.
Okay, so still in the far left column of that same document, those dates, what do those dates reflect?
Those are the last time, those are either the days of the dates that it was initially adopted, and then the changes since then. So if you look at policy ADA, it was adopted or changed in April of 2007, and then there was another update in December of 2018. Those are KASB's internal, when they were last revised.
And then, so it's not necessarily that they were last approved by our board.
No, those are KASB's dates.
Okay, that's where I was getting a little confused. And then some policies have a little star next to them. What does that indicate?
So those are policies that we want to make sure that districts have, whether it's because of a state law, whether it's because of, we just think it's an important best practice. So those are ones that as we're going through, so for example, if you look at, try to find the organizational chart. So there are certain, okay, so if you look at your policy, so policy CC, there's no asterisk there. On policies, I think it's like on the second page, policy CC, there's no asterisks there. It's not something that's required, and if a district doesn't want it, then we don't, you know, worry about that too much. If it's something that they truly don't want, where when we look at the ones with the asterisks, those are things that we think either because of state law, federal law, or best practice, we really think it's important that districts have those in place. So it's just a little asterisk, again, internal, for us to kind of, you know, a quick reminder of, hey, we need to pay attention to this one.
Okay. And then on that same document, some of them are highlighted in a slightly darker color. What does that mean internally? Like under the code section?
Those, if I remember correctly, my understanding are those are policies where there's a question in the questionnaire that the district fills out. So places where there can be options of the board wants this or the board wants that, how, whatever. So it's a note to us to go look at the questionnaire and make sure that the language that's in there is consistent.
Okay. And I guess that answers maybe my next question. Did KASB audit our policies and find our blanks and only change those policies with the information we submitted in the questionnaire? Or did we, the district, tell you what we needed to have updated since it wasn't an audit?
So essentially what happens is the questionnaire, what was done was the questionnaire was completed, so we had that information of how, you know, the district preferred those to be filled in. And then we went through each policy you had, compared it to our model sample policies or our recommended policies. And we essentially said, you know, yep, that's consistent, that's current, or no, this one needs to be updated. So we looked at every single one of your policies. What we did not do is customize them specifically. So if your policy, so one of them was updated, was, you know, the school calendar. We said, well, you don't have the most current one, or maybe that's not a good example because that's gonna change from time to time. But let me get a good example. And you guys really didn't have that many that needed to be updated. So let's look at policy CF, where it is board superintendent relations. So that one was updated, and because KASB updated it in 6/20. So my guess is what happened was when your policy was just out of date, and so we updated it to the most current policy. So we reviewed all of your policies, compared them to what our recommended model policies are at this snapshot in time, and essentially gave you an up-to-date policy book. You are compliant, you're current. Changes in state and federal law that have been reflected in policy are now reflected in the updated policies. And so that's kind of what we kind of call it, more a policy review than a policy audit. Where an audit would be a little bit more of, if you have outliers, we're going to work those into our system, where now it's a little bit more of, you know, we believe our policies are the policies that you need, and so we're gonna rely on those, and, you know, it's easier to stay compliant with, you know, consistent updates.
Okay, and at the end of each policy, it has an approved section. Should there be a date when they were approved? I see a
Yes.
date under KASB recommendation, for example, it says KASB recommendation like 3/00, you know, March of 2004-19. So what is that? Does that mean the date that you recommended it, or is it the date that it was approved? Because in all of our policies, our approved is blank.
Right, and there should be, in a perfect world, again, it's not a legal, it's just, it's nice to know when those would be approved. So if you look at this sheet, like if you look at policy AG, there's handwritten 9/11/23. Well, that was when it was approved by the board, and Leslie knows that now, so she put that there, where there's a lot of them where we don't know when they were quote unquote approved by the board. You almost have to go back and look at the minutes. So if the board approves the audit or the review, basically what we have provided to say, hey, here it is, it's complete. If it was to be approved this evening, Leslie would go in and add 3/18/24 for all of those approved in that space down there. So that approved would be on there. And then the next time she, you know, if there was gonna change or whatever, if next time, so we are gonna do policy updates in June. So when we do those in June, let's say the board looks at them in July or August. Once those get approved, district administration typically will just contact Leslie and say, hey, they were approved at the last board meeting. She plugs in the new approved date for that policy and uploads it onto the system.
Okay. So on our website, I've been using our policy on our website, and I thought that was the latest version, but apparently the last time that our website was updated was in 2019, so it's been like 5 years. And so whenever these updates were sent to me, there's tons of changes from the website that I've been using, I thought was the place of truth, to where, you know, these new things are coming through our, you know, that we're needing to approve now. So there's several years of of changes that have been reflected in the new policies that I haven't been aware of. So I just needed a little bit of clarity on these questions so I could better understand what the key meant, where we were, how this process worked. And yeah, so thank you for answering these questions.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
So you will be putting all of the newest, latest board-approved policies on your server, and we will have a connection on our webpage.
Correct. So, I mean, it's your page, all of that. Leslie will only go in once she is told that there is updates that have been approved. She uploads those changes, but you guys they're yours. They are able to, it's your site, it's where your minutes would live. It's where your policies will live. So it's a online, board, a meeting, an e-meeting solution, essentially.
So in our policy, currently, there's blanks that need a name in them or need a group name, or if there's a blank that needs to be filled, we still need to go through our policy book and fill those blanks.
So those blanks would have been referred to in the questionnaire. We would have asked those questions in the questionnaire. Those would have been answered, and then those are put in as part of this review. So any of those that had questions in the questionnaire, we would input that, so there will not be a blank any longer. It will be, so for example, district attendance areas or grade levels. Those are all very specific to each district. Like, not every district is going to have, some districts have K6 and then 7, 8, and then high school. Or they do K5, 6, 7, 8, 9 through 12, whatever it may be. So we would have asked that question on the questionnaire, and then that is specified to your district on those where it needs to be specific. So you won't have those blanks any longer. Those have been addressed. Not approved yet. But through the review process, those would have been filled in.
So if our policies don't have any approval dates and we don't have it in the notes, I mean, that legally we're still protected, just saying, hey, that's our policy, we don't know when we approved it, but we did, and it's here. And that's legally okay?
Well, I don't want to get into too much. I mean, if we want to talk about legal stuff, I'm happy to talk about that from an attorney-client standpoint and do that in executive session. I don't want to get into too much detail in open session on that. But I mean, obviously we want, the more complete things are, the better. And again, I don't know that it's a situation where there's no record. It just may not be on those policies.
So according to you or your group, our policies are ready to be uploaded, and our most current policy book, whatever, is ready to go online? Or is there something we need to do?
Well, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is once they have been approved by the board, Leslie will add that approved date, get them uploaded, and you guys are good to go. I think the only question would be December updates. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Those may be the only ones that aren't.
Correct.
But everything else, again, just because of the timing, at some point you're always going to have the next updates that need to be done. But my understanding is last June policy updates have been added. and it's ready to go, but I would defer to Adam on that. He probably knows better than I do.
No, that all sounds correct to me from my understanding as well. The only thing that is not done, because the board did approve the non-resident changes that had gone through you this last meeting, and so the only thing that's still in committee is the December updates, and we've been doing a lot of changes to that, which I know the attorneys need to look over, and so we had talked about having a call with you and the committee to go over those, since there's been a lot of changes to that. And then also the next time to support the committee whenever the June updates come out, and from here on out to have kind of a pre-conversation before we do too much editing, so we have as much understanding as possible. So
sure, yep.
So when it's all done and we all agree and it's ready to go and it's online, I can get a hard copy, correct?
my understanding, Laura, you kind of answered that question for me today. Any board member
Yeah,
that
so I think what would be easy is we can certainly provide an all-in-one PDF once we get those approved dates on there. And if some people want a hard copy, we used to make a hard copy and mail those out. It's just us mailing something that is that big, you guys can probably, print it cheaper than we can, but we're absolutely willing to provide an all-in-one that can just be printed out without any issues. If it's something you really want us to print, I'll just need to check in on what the cost might be for that.
That's all right, we can do it.
No, yeah, just a PDF would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, we just needed that answered today, so. All right, any other questions?
No, I don't think I need her.
You can stay on.
What's that?
Does she need to stay on?
That's up to you guys. What you
I
doing
don't
with it?
need it right now.
Okay. All right, Lori, thank you very much.
Yep, no problem.
Appreciate it. Okay.
The only discussion that I wanted to put out there, we're voting, we potentially would vote, or we could.
Disconnected. It's recommended to vote it.
Okay. I personally, I have not went through this hundreds and hundreds of pages. And I got it 6 days ago. My knowledge up to this point was it was on our website, which is 5 years old. So I personally, I'm not saying no, but I just think it could be maybe done in chunks, like a section at each meeting or something, just where we have time to go through and, that's just my opinion.
Did all of our policy get put online? Because I know for a long time the whole policy wasn't completed, that it wasn't all online.
So here's the history.
And that's when Shelby was here, she was working on that.
Yeah, and then Russ got that too. When I took over this job, we had giant books, we had zip drives, we had stuff online. It was all over the place. And then they would send us an update, and then we would get, we put that in there. I swear we put that in there. No, and then we get contacted from somebody in the community, that this isn't circled or this isn't filled out or whatever. And so I'm sitting there pulling my hair out, because I think everybody was doing the best that they could, but it was just super difficult. So that's when we signed up for the policy service, because we battled this for a few years where this kept on coming up over and over again in the board meeting. And so that's when, a year ago, when the committee decided to sign up for a service who would help organize all this and keep us in a good legal spot. And so that's when we headed down this road. That's when KSB sent the questionnaire, which went through the board last year to fill in all those blanks and everything, which they've done. So now it just comes down to approving to go online, whatever. Once it's online, my understanding is we can still go through it and mess with it anytime we want to. I think we're probably in better legal standing having everything current online and up and going, and then going back through it than we are, leaving what we have online that is way out of date on there and messing with it that way. So if the majority of the board wants to, like Sarah's recommendation, if the majority of the board wants to go through chunks of policy, or send it through committee or however you wanna do it, then I think that's fine. But I think we need to get the most legal current stuff online before, and then if we wanna make that a project, then let's make that a project.
So has these policies, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding, were they already approved by past boards? This is just consolidating everything and making sure that it is correct in what has been approved, or are we approving this for the first time?
Well, I think what she said was if there were any, they updated them with the current KSB approved
Right.
policies. So if, and then it also has our personal questionnaire in there.
Anything that we filled in,
But if there's
and so
like,
that's
if,
just,
my understanding from what she just said is if there's little tweaks along the way that weren't part of the questionnaire or
Okay.
something that some board approved a long time ago, that may
I
not be in
gotcha.
there anymore because that policy has been updated by the current, at least that's how I understood it,
Okay.
by the current KSB, but you're still approved. So that would be, if you wanna go through policy in chunks like that, then we can do that. But I think you need to get your board book online, you need to get it lined up and then decide how we wanna roll through that.
So do we anywhere have current policy?
Current, no, that's all wrapped up in this project.
So we don't.
That 6 days ago, we got that
Yeah.
PDF from Jen, the hundreds and hundreds, that's the latest, but I haven't reviewed,
The
I don't
latest
know.
whole
Yes.
board policy.
But that's all gone through them too, they've checked all that.
Correct.
Yeah, so
But
they know,
it's
they
been
know
through
it's legal.
It's
Yeah.
legal, but there's a lot of things in our board policy that aren't legal, I mean, don't have to be gone through an attorney. There's changes that we've made, previous boards have made, that changes previous boards have made in that, in her document.
It should be.
I don't know, I haven't.
Because what was online wasn't correct, it wasn't the latest, and there were things left out.
Doesn't that go to what she was just talking about with Sarah as far as the ones with the asterisks on it, that basically they don't care if they're there or not, but they're still in the policy?
Yes.
Right.
So like
But
the
it might be
second
something-
one on the list is district goals and objectives. I would like to think those are our district goals, not some magic district
Right.
goals from the feds. So I would think that it would align with our district and what was there before. And that's the second thing on the list is district goals and objectives. Doesn't have an asterisk next to it because it's not, required, but yet it's still in our policies.
So essentially, we're trying to move out of an unorganized spot to an organized spot, and then we can do.
And they put an X next to it saying there was no change made to it. So it is whatever we had adopted many moons ago, whatever board that was. Bob, you were probably there, I was one. So I think it's still that same policy. Because they didn't make any change to it, so.
I think we need to get this uploaded and then we can go through and take our time to read through it and fix it if we need to.
I agree.
Had a good idea. I think the policies bothered me for 4 or 5 years. And I thought when we started the committee a couple years ago, that that's what that committee was going to do. Take sections of the policy book and make sure we were following them, if it was something we do, if it was antiquated, but that's not what we did.
But the committee made that decision and then.
Well, I was
talked to
on the
board.
committee until I missed one meeting and then got kicked off. And that's when you guys decided to do this.
No, nobody kicked you off,
Well,
you voluntarily left the committee,
That is not true.
that is, okay.
No, that's not true. You made the decision with one school board member to go to this, and then of course we voted on it, which of course we're going to do. But that erasing all that, that's water in the bridge. I still would like to go through the whole policy book, and I think a good way to do it, and it's just coming from a teacher, would be you guys take A through, so we don't all have to sit down and go through it. Because I don't think it should just be 2 or 3 people, I think we all need to look at it. So each group of us would take a section and look through it, review it, see what we think, share that, and then you would all,
But isn't that what policy committee can do?
Exactly.
but that's why I think it kind of stopped, because it's a lot.
Well, it's not gonna happen overnight either.
No,
It's
but
gonna
it
take
could
some
happen in
time.
2 or 3 months if we all took parts of it and shared it.
I mean, we're still working on just the December updates.
I know,
And
that's
we have
because
had-
we're really trying to do them right now.
And we have had meetings and meetings and meetings on the December updates, trying to get, you know, us in a good place with just those. And that's only, what, a handful of policies.
I know,
mean,
and that's good, because that's what we've needed to do in the past, instead of just getting them and approving them. Because that's what's been done a lot in my tenure.
But I think if you get too many of us in, putting our hands in this cookie jar, it's
That's why I'm saying we break it up.
right, but
I
your
don't look
opinion
at
on
that book.
something may not be what my opinion is, that's why I
No,
like
so
the
you and your-
policy to come.
You guys share it, and then we all discuss it for a little bit, and come to a consensus. But
I think that's all good.
there's just so many policies we don't follow at all.
I think that's all good ideas, and I think that can all still happen, but I think it's very important that we get a good legal
Right.
policy
We-
out there
we have a
published on the webpage. So I will make a motion to accept the master policy updates as presented by KASB.
Second.
Okay. The motion is second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign?
Me, my, whatever.
Aye.
I,
Does in futures go through their policies every board meeting, a part of their policy? That's what I was told.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were on their board, you're not anymore.
I've never been on their board.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you were, I'm sorry.
I don't think so, cause Phil doesn't spend that much time in it
Well, that's just what I was told, so I'm sorry.
at a futures meeting.
I'm just saying what I was told out there, so, and I apologize, I thought you were on the board.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Alright, locker, or community building locker room plans.
Yes, so Vince is here again this evening, he's been very patient, I appreciate that. We had a planning session, Vince was here last time and kind of finalized some thoughts with him on the locker room plans. And so I attended the city council meeting a couple weeks ago and they gave the thumbs up on the current plan that you have. And so this is kind of a, speaker forever hold your peace with Vince, and if you want to move forward with this plan, then it's time to take action so that they can head towards that process. And Vince is here if you have any final thoughts for him.
Good evening, thanks for your time today. I'm part of the only little horse, so battle through a spring cold. We've not been any changes to the plan since you saw it a few weeks ago. City council reviewed it and didn't have any comments to speak of either. I was down here early enough just to flag the corners of the building on the park. If you wanna walk out and kind of see what its footprint's gonna be. The revelation in that is we're gonna have to be pencil sharp when we do our designing because there's more fill than I had anticipated across that site. So we'll get that nailed down, but it's one of the ahas for me today. So, but otherwise, there's been no changes. We will likely move forward with several, as we get through the construction drawings, we'll move through and identify several add or deduct alternates. So we'll have a lot of numbers to look at and consider in terms of do this or don't do that in the building to try and all that is an effort to try and manage construction budget, construction cost. So, otherwise, no real changes to the project.
Anyone have any questions?
I've gotten a couple questions from community members asking about the bathrooms. These are not public access bathrooms.
No, they'd be open for occasions.
I'm probably gonna get the terminology wrong. Is it in a floodplain or floodway? And has that been addressed or talked about?
It's not in a floodplain. No, and we're just out of it, as I understand
You're
it.
just out
from
of
the
it?
city. Yeah.
Oh, we got water though at the back of the old junior high before.
It was up to the west side of the tennis courts before, I've seen it there, but that was back in the '60s.
Yeah.
So it don't happen real often.
Well, I just know the state's looking at, instead of the 100-year floodplain map, they're looking at going to like 150 or 200 or whatever that looks like.
Yeah, that's.
And nobody knows what it looks like yet, so.
Yeah. At any rate, we will be, what's governing our floor elevation is going to be the northwest corner of the park, the northwest
Okay.
corner of the building. And by the time we get to the southwest, we're looking at approximately 4 feet of fill and rise there, so
Okay.
we're gonna be out of the floodplain. If there, I mean, I think we're good to say. Thanks, good question though.
So Adam, you looking for action on this?
What's that?
We looking for action on this?
I think that would be best, yes.
Before we vote, I just want to preface my vote. I was on the committee and I went to the meetings and I'm the only one that spoke to the football coach at all. No one else took the time to speak with him. I met with him 3 times at Brahms. I took his recommendations to the committee each time, and each time they have been ignored.
Don't
So,
say ignored.
yeah, they were ignored. There was to be an office, which is now a storage room. The 2 locker rooms were asked to be bigger than the middle part, instead of it pretty much equal. So I just want to preface my vote, I would not do anything to hold this up, but I want it known that, request that our football coach asked for since our beginning of this project started with locker rooms was not ever addressed. It was addressed by me and him, and when I took it to the committee, it was not addressed, and so that's why we have these plans. So, I make a motion, we approve the locker room facilities in the community park.
Got a motion on the floor? We'll have a second.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same sign.
And I'd like my discussion in our notes, please, Russ, instead of just, we voted, just a little bit of discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We'll, through Adam, we'll keep you updated on how things are going.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Makes sense.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
All right, Adam, financial audit.
Yes, so Harold, our auditor, was here for the annual audit last month and went over that with you. You've had that audit now for a month and chance to answer any questions, and so we are looking for action on that audit this evening.
Anyone have any questions on the audit?
I would make a motion to approve the audit as presented.
Motion on the floor, I get a second?
Second.
Got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Admin reports.
Admin reports.
I wanted to clarify something, for our vocabulary instruction, that it is one of the 5 pillars of the science of reading. And I didn't want anybody to feel uncomfortable with that goal, because it's a solid goal. So I'm not sure what your podcast was saying, but indirect and direct instruction are very.
Also, I mean, it is, I'm not saying you're wrong, because vocabulary is important, but the more you read, the more your vocabulary is going to, what you just said, I
Right.
totally agree.
True.
But it's not just a random Johnny Knows Joe
Direct and
podcast. It is it's from the, whatever reading thing it is. So I'm on that. So things, that's where that can be different. So I'll send you the one I just listened to so you can hear that. Okay, now do I have to wait till my comment time, or can I share things I liked about the board reports and the administrators? I've been told. Okay. I just think it's awesome how the high school, because I was talking about book reports and how all that, I think it's awesome how your teachers did that World War I stuff, and I kind of jotted some down, Pride and Prejudice and simulations all the time, because that's a book report, that's
Ton of
it.
work going into it, and Mr. Williams really has done a lot of work with that. He and Mr. Jenkins really paired together, and they were gonna do it one day, and the kids loved it so much that they continued through all of that and using their information. So it's exciting.
I'm glad you put that in. I mean, that's great teaching, and I appreciated the scores from the testing. I learned about the immigrants coming to New York by helping Sam Hasty's class back when she did that. So there's just little things you learn by activities, so I appreciate that. I attended the middle school market day, it was really cool. I'm waiting to see how much my Seminoles profited. And Mrs. White's literacy thing, Sarah and I both attended it, and it was really nice. I mean, it takes a lot of work. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, there were 3 of us there, and it's just those little things that get kids there. And I mean, I saw students that I would have not ever thought they would be there, and so we showed that was really great.
It was really cool.
And that's all I have to say to you guys.
Yes, is anything to say? Board member comments. Want to start us off, Pat?
Start somewhere else, because I have to get my thoughts together now about that.
Bob?
I'm good.
Jess?
Congratulations to all of our sports teams. All of our basketball, we've had wrestling, we have had so much success, and we've had such a great turnout for everyone. It's really impressive. My kid's an 8th grader, and I have never been invited to a Student of the Month assembly, anything like that, and I got the call to come this month. Thank you guys for involving parents. It was so great to see a whole section of parents involved in that day. And able to celebrate their kids and to watch what you guys have done and how we've gone from the no assembly to a really cool thing where the kids are celebrating everything from academic wins to athletic wins. They're doing team building exercises, and everyone was involved. I really appreciated that, so thank you.
I just echo the comment on the sports teams, great season. Look forward to what you got next year. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, same thing. Sarah?
Like Pat said, the family literacy night was awesome. That was so fun. They had like the bingo style cards. The way that was set up was just really cool activity, so that was neat. Question for Mr. Nance about our bathrooms at the high school being shut down during the day. I wanted to ask that.
So sometimes they'll get destroyed.
Okay.
Like there'll be something go on, and our custodian will have to go in and clean it up. So he just put a closed sign there while he's doing that, so no one enters for his safety. There's a stall in the commons restroom where the toilet has been leaking, and I know they fixed it or are working on fixing it. Sometimes that gets redamaged, and so that stall I noticed today was closed. So if there's something that's happened, like I know they've closed the girls' bathroom last week or week before last when someone puked all over the floor.
Okay.
So closed for cleaning. Or
And
if there's been-
vandalism.
The commons restroom would be, I mean, not the commons, the one right outside the gym.
Mhm.
It's the only one that we've closed down for an extended amount of time, but that would be on like, because of games or something, that's where a majority of our visitors use. So the janitor will lock that door and do a deep clean in there. But that's been in an effort to make sure that the restrooms that communities or visiting towns are using are not vandalized and destroyed through the day. There's only 2 classrooms that are really affected by that. They have a key to go and they can walk down to the commons.
Okay, so there's obviously other restrooms to be used off the commons.
Yep.
Okay, is that it, or are there? I don't know if there's any just one set of restrooms in the commons.
So there's a set of restrooms in the commons, just down
The
to
gym.
the 300 hall, the 400 hall, which is clear on the other end.
Okay.
The ones across from the gym, and then there are restrooms in the locker rooms
Okay.
as well.
And then
Oh yeah, in the ag building as well.
Okay, cool. And then a concern that's been brought to me has been about the high school parking lot, like the back parking lot after school. There are some people saying that the students just aren't paying attention when they're taking off, and pedestrians have almost been hit multiple times. So I didn't know if there were any solutions that we could come up with, maybe some maybe the SRO monitoring or teachers monitoring kind of what's going on in the back of the parking lot, because these have been employees that have said it's kind of dangerous there, so.
It is an interesting parking lot to navigate. A lot of parents come back and pick kids up there as well. I know that we've had some people, there's a bus parks in a certain spot, it's a handicap bus, and so we have to move people out of there. But yeah, I wouldn't put teachers out there on duty, because that would be a new change that would, so we can keep an eye on that.
Okay.
It is an interesting parking lot.
Interesting. I love
Yes.
that word. And then this might be for Darcy. What is the process when teachers request certain supplies? And who makes the decision whether or not like it's approved or denied, and what
Well,
decision?
what kind of supplies? We have different budgets. So
Okay.
like the building has their own budget. We have it, usually we supply with summer orders or like curriculum always comes first, but then if there's other supplies, we go through when we have room in the budget and we buy some during the summer. Or at the beginning of the year, we said, hey, we know we couldn't do a lot of summer orders because we were out of budget money, so we did we gave some money to the principals to try to help through the summer orders, pick out before. It depends on what it's for, and like I say, there's different funds that it comes from, but usually the process of it comes down here is we look it over, make sure there's room in the budget, and then say yay or nay.
Okay, so there's not, I get that, I'm just trying to better understand the process and like how it works and like what the thought process is for like if a request comes in, how do you make those determinations and?
It's all based on percentages of where we are in the budget and what it looks like.
Okay. And then have there been, I know at the last meeting we talked about the superintendent advisory council meetings, giving us those notes, and I know that's kind of a hot topic. Have there been any meetings since then?
No.
Okay. And I just wanna also bring up, since it's been, I think, we had the discussion back in January. I still just wanna voice my preference of going to board meetings 2 times a month, shorter, more often. So just wanted to throw that out there, see if anybody had any thoughts around that.
Do you mean a planning session between or?
Yeah. And then I just wanted to follow up from the last meeting, if we could set a time for the board self-evaluation. And that's all I have.
Andrea?
Sorry. I went to their graduation, Kennedy, and it was fantastic. Different. We all expected their graduation to be on a Wednesday night in January, and it was in the middle of the day during the week. So it was different, and a change I think a lot of people struggled with. But it was okay. Their program is I'm very passionate about that program, so I'm excited to see it still. Even if I did have to hear how excited they all were to wear the drunk goggles.
Leslie is amazing. Give her as many, if you see her out in the community, give her as many props as you possibly can, because she's great. So.
I wanted to talk a little bit about maybe an unpopular opinion. The state assessments are happening next week, is that right? So after we just came back from spring break. So why do we have spring break in the middle of March and not after the state assessments?
Great idea. Or do state assessments the week after.
I know that there is some state guidelines about when state assessments can be held. But I just feel like we sent kids home for 11 days, 12 days with the extra. And we could have maybe pumped them up a little bit better for state assessments.
The window's from March 20th to April 28th.
So
We could push it back a couple of weeks.
we could push it back a couple of weeks.
Why do we choose that week? I mean.
Because it goes with all the colleges. So
I don't mean spring break. I mean,
sorry.
I continue, I want the spring breaks to go with the colleges. But why do we choose a week after spring break, like she said, to give those, because we have the last few years.
I can speak for the middle school partially, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but we discussed this as a BLT, like, I believe it was before, winter break. And a lot of it is getting into all of the activities in April, which as a former math teacher, I wish we had them in May, to get through all the curriculum, and I wish our state testing was later, but I know with all the activities and kids being gone for spring stuff, it creates more of a problem, and that was one of the things that I know last year I think had it coming right out of spring break, and that's a nightmare, that's even worse. But I agree with your sentiment, there just doesn't seem to be a perfect time in trying to get it in that window and not have more kids gone with the spring activities, it just kind of creates a problem, so.
Sorry, the window's the 18th and then April 19th.
There's a way to fix it. I mean, I know it's a great, I totally understand your reason too.
I don't know if I can speak or not, but I'm going to.
You
A frustration I have is that our fast bridge testing and our state assessments come at the same time. And so our kids are tested. And so as teachers, we have to decide which one's more important, right? Because you can only take so many and your kids are done. They're spent, they're out of gas. And so that's just a concern, you know? I mean, we want them to take them seriously, we want them to be important, and we want them to do well. But in my personal opinion, state assessments have too much merit in the lives of our kids, our teachers, our school district. Because you can have kids that are great kids, but they can't take a test to save their life. I was one of those kids. And I went to college and I had ladies try to help me study and I still didn't do very good, but I knew my history.
You're a pretty productive adult, I'd say.
Thank you. But it's just so frustrating as a building leader to see my teachers stressing themselves out and oh my God, we got it. Oh, and then there's the fast bridge, we got it. And it's just a lot. It's a lot. And I wish there was an easy solution to it, you know? I mean, we wanna look good, we want our state assessments to reflect well upon our district and all of the hard work that we do. But in my opinion, there's just more to life than state assessments.
Well, when you do all of the testing too at the end of March, beginning of April, let's say by mid-April, you're done.
Kids are done too.
That's a very difficult 4 weeks to try and maintain any type of structure with regards to, anyway, I think you miss a lot of instructional period. There's 4 weeks that you can use for more instruction. I know as a teacher, I would have loved another 4 weeks to get through, the material. So anyway,
This is why I think it's important that we as a board are active with the state legislature and with the people that are making these rules. Because we're here seeing what it's doing to our kids and we're talking to them. We've got people in Topeka that are making these laws and making these decisions. And they're not seeing it like they are, like we're hearing.
Well, if you ever looked at one of those tests, they are written by 70-year-old professors that haven't seen a kid since they were 6 years old. And they're written on a reading level close to college for the 3rd grade. And so the state tests are doing what they were designed to do and make the public schools fail, which is exactly what the Republicans up there want to do. So they can save all this money. They'll go ahead and put it over in vouchers for their kids, and the rural kids are gonna take higher. That thing is just a complete farce.
What did McPherson do? And I know Dale, what's his name was, what did they do? How did they present it to have to not take state assessments?
Yeah, they built it, so that all comes down from the feds. So, the state, it's all connected. So the state is making rules also based off of the feds. And the feds have requirements for the state in order for the state to get money and all the stuff, all the extra stuff. So it's all interconnected. So when that happened, my understanding, Randy Watson was superintendent at the time, who's now our commissioner. And he somehow lobbied a plan to the feds, I think it was, which was connected to the state, and they ended up doing the ACT as instead of the state assessment. They were able to use the ACT as their as their state assessment, essentially. Is that right, Jen? Am I saying that right?
So how did that, the elementary kids had to take, did the elementary kids still have to take the same assessment?
I don't know what the
Yeah.
elementary kids did. That's a good question.
I'll research that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Back to your original thing, I know that we're doing our state assessment kickoff this Friday. That's just to get the kids into the mindset it's coming, get them excited. We're not actually starting the test until the week after that, so the first week of April is when we're starting it. And we're just giving ourselves a week buffer at the end of that window for the kids that may have missed that week or kids that got anxious and we decided, let's give them some space. So we're utilizing as much as we can to teach them as much as we can. And then we're just giving ourselves one extra week at the end of April, at the end of the window for the kids that might get sick or whatever. So we're taking as much as we can after spring break, even though we're doing our kickoff this Friday.
Our testing is the first 2 weeks of April as well.
And like Bob said, there's no good time. You're just.
You don't wanna test on a Monday,
Yeah.
right?
Or Friday.
Track meets are on Fridays. I mean, it just gets nuts, even at our level when we don't have all of the sports, right? We just have the field trips. I mean, all of that.
And the reality is, it's a lag measure. Once you've taken it, you can't go back and do anything about it, right? It's one and done. So that makes it hard to use that data as reflective to change your instruction for that group of kids.
I moved BLT meeting day to a Friday so that I could be present to test some kids because I know if I'm sitting there, they're not gonna click, not realizing the day I moved to BLT was my daughter's track meet day with Eisenhower on that Friday, because it wasn't on it's just, there's no good day to do state assessments at all.
Good question. That's all I have. I do, I remember, I found the page that was written on vaping. I think we need to really do something about it, cause I had lots of stories about the middle school, so if it's that bad in the middle school, I'm sure it's that bad, and I've heard that too just yesterday, more. I know Derby put, my money's gonna be wrong, but they put it all over their high schools, and it's not something that's recognizable, it's not something that, oh, I'm vaping in the bathroom, so there's lights, so kids aren't aware that, they're caught. They just got a grant to put in the middle schools. I just think we need to take it's not even proactive because it's here and it's happening, and, one of my granddaughters, she said she goes in the bathroom and there's these kids vaping, and it's like, okay, she goes, sometimes I feel like, oh great, they think I'm a nerd because I'm just coming in here for what I need to come in here for, or they think, oh gosh, she's gonna go tell. She goes, I just feel so weird when I walk in there, and so I think it's something we ought to look into, grant wise, or I'm talking about Derby Pays board in the first place, but.
I've talked to Bob about it a little bit and Adam, and we can use ESSER funds for that, for things like that.
Yep. That decision has not been made up to this point. I've honestly, we've talked about this as an admin team several times. Kind of keep waiting for a district to tell us this is the best thing ever on the face of the planet. What we hear a lot of is it's the best thing on the face of the planet for about the first several weeks, and then the kids figure out their way around it and blow in the toilets and do all this stuff that gets around it, and so we haven't heard a lot of. I keep waiting for this magical, this is worth all the money to spend it on, because we would absolutely be interested if we heard that story. Besides all the stories of we got it in and then. This is what happened over time type of stories, which is what we've heard.
I mean, I think it was just a year they used it in Derby and it was successful, and they, so that's why they wrote this grant to put in the middle schools, but, that's not a 5-year, data, but it helps some kids, and. All Our other
Well-
kids shouldn't be afraid to go in the bathroom.
And what's more alarming that more people should be concerned about, cause the picture that you sent, that the manufacturers that are making the vapes that look like highlighters and ballpoint pens, I mean, it's getting, I mean, you can have kids vaping almost in a classroom and,
Oh, yeah.
undetected.
The kids told me all these, I didn't even know you could vape marijuana.
Yeah.
I just thought, yeah,
Yes.
I learned a lot yesterday, Sunday.
Yeah.
A lot. And I knew it was bad, but I just think you gotta start somewhere.
That's why I think having communication with people, you know, that they can, whatever, I mean, we're here, we wanna support you, whatever you need from us. We can have collaboration, you know, just to try to figure this out. Cause it's a hard one.
You said everything.
Yeah. And I've been in looking up and even called, I haven't done it. And I heard it on the news, so I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just using the ESSER dollars appropriately and whether that's the big ticket or not, so.
Yeah, I know it affects the students, you know, they don't like to be in those weird positions where they're around
Sure.
that kind of stuff, and it makes them uncomfortable, and I'd love to solve that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. How long do you want executive
Yeah, I
session?
didn't give you a sticky note, did I?
I can try to read your mind.
I think I probably, that's like okay, let's do,
Hey, hold on, before you do that, I didn't know if you're, I sent you an email, so if you'd say, but, something we just learned, one of our teachers, Miss Chase, was just, nominated, or she made the finalists for the, Ag Teacher of the Year. She was the best in our, FFAR districts, which is the South Central. So now she's a finalist in the entire state for Ag Teacher of the Year, and they surprised her today with that, so that's exciting.
Awesome, we're so lucky she hasn't
I
left.
just checked it, it's
Did
here.
you count?
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Those are good pictures.
I mean, she did that same thing last year with some big grant that she got. There were like 2 or 3 people in the state that got.
So she was
This
a
grant?
Google Scholar last year.
Yeah.
Created a lesson plan and got a lot of technology. So
So she's doing great things. Yeah.
let's do 15 minutes with Jen, Adam and Jen.
Okay. Going to
Sorry.
executive session for 15 minutes with Adam and Jen. We will come back.
Yeah, we'll need a motion on that, I think,
Yep.
right, Russ?
I'm really going to executive session with Adam and Jim for 15 minutes.
We gotta say why we're
Who's
going,
got it? Yeah,
when we're coming back and all that stuff.
Or
Not personnel.
non-elected personnel.
For 8:57, is my math right? With Adam and Jen.
47.
I'm sorry, yes.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Great minds think alike, so. You betcha.
Well, yeah, people don't know we're up there. That's kind of nice. Here's the road.
Okay, we're back. No action was taken. We would like to go back into executive session with Jen and Adam for 15 minutes. We'll resume back at 9:02
Restroom break at the beginning.
for the restroom break at the
I
beginning.
would do that.
We discussed non-elected personnel
Discussion on
to
personnel.
return at what time?
9:02.
Mine too.
You got a motion?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
So the Google But, yeah, I saw this online, I'm just. They have a big drug problem over there too.
I'm not gonna Who knows when to turn the camera back on?
I saw that.
You took over that. No, you took that one. So I took
Okay,
this
we're
one.
back, no action was taken. Call for an executive session, on negotiation with Jen, Darcy, and Adam for 30 minutes. We'll resume at 9:32.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say? Okay.
Headset connected.
Excuse me.
more you want?
15?
15?
We're gonna start issuing coffee at these meetings.
I told him I'm gonna wear sweatpants.
How much will you give me for this, guys?
I love all of those.
Okay, we're
That's what I just told
we're
Jen, I
back
was
in
like,
executive
from now on.
session, from executive session, no action was taken. We need to go back in executive session with Adam, Darcy, and Jen for 15 minutes for I'm sorry, for negotiations. We'll resume back at 9:47.
I make a motion to accept, or what am I doing?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep, okay.
Got a motion? Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Just about, but not quite.
Yeah, exactly. I get one now, you're right.
I don't unless.
Hey, Brandon was really good.
It looks really good. I had food
I need to go home and
I'm
eat dinner.
hungry.
Make dinner.
No, I made it
Oh, like
earlier, it was on the.
We're back? Yep. We're back from executive session, no action was taken. We need to add another executive session for non-elected personnel to include Adam,
Just Adam.
just Adam, for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 10:02.
We need a motion in a second.
Need a motion in a second.
I move we go into executive session for 15 minutes
I have a motion,
for non-elected personnel, including Adam.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
It's on there. Doesn't matter what they say, they're on here.
What time is that?
Would
you say,
15 minutes,
Yes, sir.
10:02?
For another one? Yep, they're coming up.
Nobody talks about my kids like that, nobody.
Your kids are fine.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
That's not what the hell you were saying.
Alright, we're back in open discussion, nothing was taken. No. Action was taken. On to the consent agenda.
Russ, you still there?
Okay, I'm still here. Okay. Approve the minutes of the February 12th special meeting and the February 12th regular meeting. Approve payroll and bills. Payroll, $1,150,225.02. Bills, $869,648.86. Transfers at risk is $200,000. Personnel, approve new hires. Melissa Black, para at the middle school. Hannah Lawless, softball head coach, high school. Delaney Miller, softball assistant coach, high school. Matt Lira, track assistant coach, high school. Chad Sheets, assistant superintendent, central office. Ashley Shuck, softball assistant coach, high school. Madison Plymell, para, middle school. Anna Williamson, agriculture teacher for high school. Charlene Ward, para at Lincoln. And Dakota Rod, para at Washington. And approve resignations. Keely Meredith, third grade teacher, Eisenhower. Rick Phelps, social studies at the high school. Kathy Shuck, kindergarten teacher at Lincoln. Sharon Hoffman, physical therapist for the district. Brendan Pauley, softball assistant coach at the high school. Chanel Angel, ESOL facilitator for the district. And Rebecca Heil, functional para at Lincoln.
Entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Alright, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you everyone for coming tonight. Sorry it was late.
Thank you.
Sorry for the late meeting.
Oh, it happens from time to time.
Ain't bad.
Great.
Wait till you want to plug a great big bond.